dan sisi kanan Anda sebelah bawah. Sekali lagi kami informasikan untuk yang akan mendengarkan dengan fasilitas penerjemah, mohon klik di sisi sebelah kanan bawah Anda. And also during this webinar, we are live streaming from our YouTube channel at Balitbang Hub 151. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, a special warm welcome I would like to extend to Mr. Insinyur Budi Karya Sumadi. Good evening, selamat malam Pak. And also to Mrs. Dr. Insinyur Umiyatun Hayati Triastuti MSc, Mr. Dr. Insinyur Joko Sasono MSc, Mr. Insinyur Rudi Supriyadi Prawira Dinata MCRP PhD, Mr. Professor Dr. Insinyur Agus Taufik Mulyono MT, and Mr. Professor Jin Huazhan, Mr. Professor Tommy Firman, Mr. Professor Insinyur Haryo Winarso M.Eng PhD, Mr. Ibnu Sabri MSc PhD, Mr. Dr. Insinyur Sigit P. Santosa MSMA IPU, Mrs. Professor Daniela Ras, and Mrs. Professor Jessica Transik, and Mr. Professor Bambang Rianto Trilaksono, and last but not least, Mr. Dr. Delik Hudalah STMT MSc. And also, good evening to all of you, all the attendees of this international webinar. Welcome to this international webinar, Integrated City Planning and Sustainable Transport Development in the New Capital City of Indonesia. Planning for Technology Implementation of Autonomous Electric Vehicle for the New Capital City. And this webinar is held by the Research and Development Agency from Indonesian Ministry of Transportation. It's a very honor for me. My name is Lila Gianto and I will be your MC for today's event. And to begin with, let us sing together the Indonesian national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia Raya. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And ladies and gentlemen, as we are aware, in August 2019, the government represented by Mr. Joko Widodo, the President of Indonesia, has decided to move the capital city of Indonesia from Jakarta to East Kalimantan, which is 5 times bigger. And the government plans to start operating this new capital city in the near future. In terms of transport, the modes which will be operated in this new capital city are electric vehicle, autonomous vehicle, and autonomous public transport system for bus and railway. The design concept of this new capital city would be a forest city. And referring to the new capital city design concept, there are opportunities to apply more smart or intelligent transport system in the city. Example of those are transit signal priority, vehicle safety monitoring system, dynamic traffic light sequence, real-time parking management, etc. The formulation of solution and development directions of the above topic certainly need discussion, exchange of ideas, and coordination among academia and stakeholders. This is the reason why the Research and Development Agency, the Indonesian Ministry of Transportation, is organizing this international webinar with the title of Integrated City Planning and Sustainable Transport Development in the New Capital City of Indonesia. This webinar aims to gather ideas for integrated transport and land use planning at the new capital city of Indonesia. And in order to obtain ideas based on the cutting-edge research and technology, we are happy to announce that academia from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or MIT, from USA are also invited as presenters in this webinar. Ladies and gentlemen, this agenda of tonight's international webinar would be the opening and keynote speech from our Minister of Transportation from the Republic of Indonesia, and following that, that would be the first panel session about the land use of spatial planning and integration with transport planning, and will be led by our first moderator, Professor Haryo Winarso, with the presenters Dr. Insinyur Joko Sasono, Insinyur Rudi Suprihadi, Professor Jinhua Zhao, Professor Tommy Firman, Mr. Ibnu Chabri, and Dr. Delik Hudala. And following that, there will be a Q&A session, and then the next panel discussion would be about smart and sustainable transport planning. Will be led by the moderator, Dr. Insinyur Sigit P. Santosa, MSMA IPU, with the presenters, Professor Dr. Agus Taufik Mulyono, Professor Daniel Laras, Professor Jessica Transik, and Professor Bambang Rianto Trilaksono. And of course, there will be a Q&A session as well. And tonight's webinar will be ended with the closing statement from the Head of Research and Development Agency, Ibu Umiatun Hayati Triastuti. And let me inform you, all the attendees, that during this webinar, please use your earphone, headset, or headphone, and give some space if you are closer to anyone in the same room. Don't forget to fill the absentee and the attached link on the Zoom room chat. And about the Q&A session, if you are about to ask some question, please put the name format, your name, and the institution. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to hear the opening remarks coming from the Head of Research and Development Agency, Indonesia Ministry of Transportation, as Chairwoman of the Working Group for the Transport System Development at the new capital city of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Insinyur Umiatun Hayati Triastuti, MSc.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Lila. Assalamualaikum. Om Swastiastu. May peace be upon us all.
Silakan, Ibu.
Good morning or good evening. Can you hear my voice clear?
Very clear.
Okay, thank you. Good evening for the United States and good evening for Indonesia. Excellencies, Minister of Transportation, Bapak Budi Karya Sumadi, distinguished speakers and discussion, Secretary General, the Ministry of Transportation, Pak Joko Sasono, Deputy Minister for Regional Development and Ministry of Planning, Bappenas, Rudi Supriyadi, Prawira Dinata, Professor Daniel Ras, U.S. President Council of Advisor to Science and Technology, Ernest Peter, Professor of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science, also the Director of the Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence Laboratory in MIT. Sorry. Okay, can continue this. Professor Jessica Transik, Associate Professor, Institute for Data, System and Society in MIT. Professor Jinhua Zhao, Edward H. and Joyce Linder, Associate Professor of City and Transportation Planning, Director of GTL, Urban Mobility Lab in MIT. Professor Tommy Firman, Professor at the School of Architecture, Planning and Policy Development in Institut Teknologi Bandung. Professor Dr. Insinyur Agus Taufik Mulyono, Chairman of the Indonesia Transport Society, also as Head of the Center Study for Transport and Logistics at Gajah Mada University. Professor Bambang Rianto Trilaksono, Professor at School of Electrical Engineering and Informatics, Institut Teknologi Bandung. Dr. Ibnu Sabri, Lecturer at the School of Architects, Planning and Policy Development, Institut Teknologi Bandung. Dr. Insinyur Sigit Santoso, MSME, Director of National Center for Sustainable Transport and Technology, ITB, also as a co-host for this webinar. We also ask here special discussion participant, Ibu Polana, the head of the board of Jabodetabek Transportation Management, Dr. Ellen Tangkodung from the University of Indonesia, also Ibu Eli Sinaga, former head of the Research and Development Agency, Ministry of Transport, and all the members of the task force and working group of transport system development of New Capital City and Ministry of Transport, and to all participants, ladies and gentlemen, good evening for Indonesia and good morning for the United States. On behalf of Research and Development Agency, Ministry of Transport of Republic Indonesia, I'm pleased to welcome all of you to be here in the webinar of Integrated City Planning and Sustainable Transport Development in the New Capital City in Indonesia, and with a special topic about planning for technology implementation of autonomous electric vehicle for the New Capital City. Thank you for joining in this virtual conference. I will also express my sincere appreciation to the Minister of Transportation, Bapak Budi Karya Sumadi, for attending this webinar and support the webinar for this evening, and also to give a keynote speech and opening the webinar. I would also express all the sincere Secretary General, Pak Rudi for planning from Ministry of Planning, all academic experts from the MIT, ITB, and University of Gajah Mada, and all others university, also the speaker and moderator in this webinar. Also from my colleagues from the Ministry of Transport and participants, and these excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I think this webinar is very important for us because it's related to the planning agenda from the direction of the President of Republic Indonesia, also for the Ministry of Transport, that we would like to have a good planning that is integrating transportation system in New Capital City in line with the master plan for the New Capital City that developed by Bappenas. We also hear about the in webinar of from some fresh ideas, not only from the government side, but also from some academic experts, including the academic expert from the MIT and also from National University. The goal of the webinar is also to have some alternative solutions in integrating the macro and meso level of planning and implementation of smart, green, sustainable transport and integrated the land use sector with the transportation sector in the New Capital City of Indonesia. Therefore, some detailed agenda of this webinar will be such as transportation strategic planning to support the New Capital City of Indonesia from the Ministry of Transport, the progress of New Capital City of Indonesia Master Plan Development from Bappenas, presented by Pak Rudi Prawira Dinata, and some alternative concept of design of multimodal mobility system to integrate autonomous vehicle, share mobility, and public transport for the New Capital City. Some progress of research agenda related to the New Capital City development, transportation, and spatial planning. The challenge of transportation planning at the New Capital City of Indonesia by Professor Agus Taufik Mulyana. Autonomous vehicle based on intelligent transport system to support the development of smart city. Electric-based sustainable transport concept. Also, result study of autonomous electric vehicle roadmap for the New Capital City in Indonesia, as the report from the collaborating research between ITB, Institute of Technology Bandung, and Research and Development Agency of the Ministry of Transport, will be presented by Pak Professor Bambang Rianto Trilaksono. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Transportation has formed a working group for transport system development in the New Capital City of Indonesia, which is supported by all the Director General in the Ministry of Transport and coordinated by the Head of Research Development Agencies and the Secretary General of the Ministry of Transportation. To prepare the transport system development in the new capital city of Indonesia, it needed to be supported and collaborated with the whole stakeholder from the government, central and local government, experts from the university, and researchers from other agencies, practitioners, operators, and society. And through the Research and Development Agency, we have some cooperation as well, including the 4 national university, University of Indonesia, ITB, Gajah Mada University, and ITS. And in this seminar, it is also part of our cooperation and collaboration with these 4 universities. And for the first seminar or webinar today, as part of the collaboration with the Institute Teknologi Bandung as a co-host from the collaborative of this webinar. I hope this webinar gave us all more ideas and fruitful discussion to have more understanding and integrate transport and land use planning at the new capital city of Indonesia at the macro level, meso level, and also in the micro level. And in addition, also to have more clean understanding and recommendation for some new technology needed support such as autonomous electric vehicle roadmap for the new capital city of Indonesia. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I strongly believe that your active participation and valuable contribution will provide substantial outcome toward our effort in improving the integrated planning for the transport and land use sector development in general, and specialty at the new national capital city of Indonesia. His Excellency, the Ministry of Transportation, Bapak Budi Karya Sumadi, would like to ask that to have thank you for the intended this seminar, and we'll have a keynote speech and open this formally for this webinar. Thank you to bring for your energy, all knowledge and expertise in this very important agenda. And I wish you all a very successful webinar. Thank you very much, Head of Research of Development Agency. Good evening. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam. Good health for all of you.
Thank you so much, Ibu Umiatun. And ladies and gentlemen, now here and be the witness to hear the webinar opening and keynote speech. Selamat malam, good evening, Pak Budi Karya. Sudah tersambung ya, Pak?
Selamat malam.
Baik. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let us hear the webinar opening and keynote speech by our Minister of the Transportation of the Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Mr. Budi Karya Sumadi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, dan salam kebajikan. May peace be open us all. Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Engineer Rudi Suprihadi Prawira Dinata, PhD, Deputy Minister for Regional Development at Indonesian Ministry of National Development Planning, National Development Planning Agency, Secretary General, Indonesia Ministry of Transportation, Head of Research and Development Agency, Indonesia Ministry of Transportation, Professor Daniel As, U.S. President Council of Advisor for Science and Technology Professor and Director of Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Prof. Jessica Trajip, Associate Professor of Institute for Data System and Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Professor Jinshua Zhao, Associate Professor of City and Transportation Planning, Director of GTL, Urban Mobile Lab, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Professor Tony Firman, Professor Emeritus of the School of Architecture, Planning and Policy Development, Institute of Technology Bandung, Dr. Ibnu Sabri, Associate Professor of the School of Architecture, Planning and Policy Development, Institute of Technology Bandung, Professor Dr. Agus Taufik Mulyono, Chairman of Indonesian Transportation Society, Director of the Center of Transportation and Logistics Studies, UGM, Professor Bambang Rianto Trilaksono, Professor at the School of Electric Engineering of Information, ITB, and also Prof. Haryo Winarso, dan teman-teman yang lain. Welcome. I'm honored to be here in this international webinar today. I wish that everyone here is always in the very good feeling, health, and keep the spirit on until the pandemic is over and beyond. A warm welcome and thank you for joining us today webinar on the integrated city planning and sustainable transport development in this new capital city of Indonesia, planning for teknologi implementasi of autonomous electric vehicle for the new capital city. This webinar aims to obtain aid for transport and land use development and the new capital city of the Indonesia based on the cutting-edge research and technology. Ladies and gentlemen, on the 26th of August 2019, the Indonesia government represented by Mr. Joko Widodo, the President of Indonesia, has decided to relocate the capital city of Indonesia from Jakarta to East Kalimantan, namely Kutai Kartanegara and Penajam Pasar district. The location selection for the new capital city has considered various aspects, including geographic aspect, land and water resources available, social economic condition, defense and security, and many other considerations. Based on the vision and mission of the President of Republic of Indonesia, one of the strategy is to have more Indonesian-centric development policy and program orientation beside the limited carrying capacity and density development in Java. Indonesia needs the new central development area to redistribute economic growth in Indonesia. Currently, Indonesia economy is concerned in Java Island, especially in Jakarta City. The condition need to change. The redistribution economic growth for whole area is Indonesia can be accelerated if we can support new super hub in the some new central of economic and regional growth in the other islands than Java Island. One of the strategy is to relocate the capital city. This relocation will create new economic center outside Java Island, support sustainable agenda, and successfully develop a smart city through the thoughtful planning. According to the right direction from President Indonesia, the development of new capital of Indonesia must include four concepts, namely, one, the new capital city as Indonesia national identity. Two, smart city. Three, green city. And four, sustainable city. To support the president direction, the Ministry of Transportation has included the development of the new capital city of Indonesia as one priority on agenda in the 2020-2024 strategic planning. In particular, to support the success of the new capital city operation, we are planning to implement the concept of smart, integrated, and sustainable transportation. This includes the development of compact city and minimize travel, promoting public transportation of the main mode choice, providing access for the segment of society, and promoting travel by using non-motorized concept. Moreover, we will also implement intelligent transport system for managing urban transportation, integrated transport interchange, and land use through of the implementation of transit-oriented development concept, as well as implement electric and autonomous vehicle system. The agenda to implement electric vehicle at the new capital city is in line in the National Energy Master Plan and the President Regulation number 55 year 2019 on the acceleration of the battery electric vehicle implementation program. Through the integrity of the transportation and land use system, as well as the implementation of the smart mobile city system, we aim to create strong connection and accessibility among activity center and the new capital city of Indonesia. Our target is to achieve 80% mode share for public transportation. 10-minute travel times from the transport interchange to main activity center and less than 50-minute travel time from the government center area to main airport by high-speed train. The regulation for the new capital city is still in the process in legislation due to the ongoing pandemic. However, the government of Indonesia continue to focus on the preparation state and planning process for the master plan of the new capital city, including for the transportation sector. The regulation of the new capital city of Indonesia is one national strategy agenda for Indonesia to achieve the goal sustainable, inclusive, and integrated development. It will create more positive impact, especially for accelerating redistribution of prosperity to whole region and to accelerate and competitiveness of the national economy. One of the important aspects in the development of in the new capital city is innovation and new paradigm of infrastructure development and connectivity which should be addressed. Therefore, the Ministry of Transportation is committed to contribute to develop of integrated, smart, green, healthy, safe, secure, and also sustainable transportation system in the new capital city of Indonesia. Our honorary guests, to achieve the paradigm of transportation development, the collaboration and support from various stakeholders are needed. Therefore, I encourage Research and Development Agency, Minister of Indonesia, to collaborate with four state universities, namely University of Indonesia, Institut Teknologi Bandung, Gajah Mada University, and 10 November Institut Teknologi, to get novel ideas on the transport system development at the new capital city Indonesia. In addition, I also encourage the working group and task force for transport development in the new capital city should coordinate with the shareholder to create the master plan for the transport system development, which in line with the master plan formulated by Minister National Development. or Bapenas, which suffered by some world-class international expertise, both from Indonesia and abroad, to develop some best practice, including regulatory framework, investment strategy, as well the technology development. I appreciate the webinar with collaborate with national international university. Thank you for your coming. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Bapak Budi Karya Sumadi. Pak Budi, before we go on to the next agenda, we are going to have a photo session together, virtually of course. So ladies and gentlemen, put your best smile. We're going to have the photo session on the count of 3. Okay, hang on. Open up your mask for a little while, okay? Put the best smile. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 3, 2, 1. And the last one. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, we move on. Now it is time for us to have the first panel discussion. I would like to invite the first moderator, Professor Insinyur Haryo Winarso. Pak Haryo, can you hear me? Hello, Pak Haryo.
Yes, I can hear you very clearly.
Okay, before the stage is yours, I would like to introduce you to all the attendees here. Pak Professor Insinyur Haryo Winarso, M.Eng PhD, has finished his UGM from UGM Yogyakarta in 1985 and graduated from Asian Institute of Technology Bangkok. And he got his degree from University College London, London English. And now he is as a professor for the Architecture Planning and Policy Development from ITB or Institute Teknologi Bandung. Pak Haryo, you have 1 hour to all the panelists. So each panelist will have 15 minutes. And by the time we have the 1 hour, you're going to have a 15 or 20 minutes Q&A session. Pak Haryo may remind to all the panelists 3 minutes before the 15 minutes end if they go too long. Oke, Pak. Bapak dan Ibu hadirin, silakan nanti akan ada Q&A session later on. Oke, Mr. Haryo Winarso, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Bu Lila. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening for Indonesian friends and good morning for the guests, for friends from America. I'm very happy and honored to chair this session as moderators. And our session now is planning for the new capital city of Indonesia. Well, we will have 4, or actually not 4, presenters. First is Dr. Joko Sasono with the Ministry of Transportation, Strategic Planning to support new capital city of Indonesia. And then Dr. Rudi Suprihadi Prawira Dinata with the new capital city of Indonesia's master plan. And then we will have Dr. Jinhua Zhao with design of multimodal mobility system to integrate autonomous vehicle, shared mobility, and public transport for new capital city. And then the last presentation will be by 3 colleagues, is Professor Tommy Firman, Dr. Delik Udala, and Dr. Ibnu Syabri on the research agenda related to new capital city development, transportation, and spatial planning. Good evening, Pak Joko, Pak Rudi, and Pak Tommy, and good morning, Dr. Zhao. And of course, also, I have to extend my regard to, well, Pak Excellency Dr. Pak Budi Karya, Ministry of Transportation. I'm glad that I can hear to see you. You look slimmer, I think, but I hope that you're always sehat. Perhaps because you're running every morning, right? Okay, let us now have our first presenter, Dr. Is Dr. Joko Sasono. Dr. Joko Sasono gets the engineer for planology ITB from, well, no, we call it the urban and regional planning at ITB, and then MSc in transport and planning and engineering at the University of Leeds, and PhD in transport planning and policy, University of Tokyo. He is now the Secretary General of the Ministry of Transportation. So I will not have a further ado, please. Time is yours, Pak Joko Sasono.
Thank you, Prof. Aryo.
You have 15 minutes from now.
His Excellency, Minister for Transport of Indonesia, Pak Budi Karya Sumadi, Honorable Speakers, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening. It is a good pleasure for me to be here in the forum of international webinar, and I would like to thank to the organizing committee to invite me to let me join and share what the Ministry of Transportation has done so far. I assume that all of you have been to Jakarta. At least you could understand what Jakarta is right now. Based on the experience that we have in Jakarta area, there are so many stories I could share, but in this event, I would provide you some activities have been undertaken by the Ministry of Transportation. Actually, the issue of relocation of the capital city has been started since the first president of Indonesia, President Soekarno. However, some changes have been taken, and in August 2019, President Joko Widodo decided to relocate the capital city to East Kalimantan. There are many good reasons behind this decision. As Minister of Translation said previously, that we know that the carrying capacity of Jakarta has been above of its holding capacity. Hence, the President took many policies, and also under the theme of the replacement of Jakarta to the new capital city in East Kalimantan. As we know that Minister of Transport of Indonesia, together with the line ministries, since then work together to provide planning and also strategies in developing new capital city in East Kalimantan. As the ministry which responsible for transportation, Ministry of Transportation provided some schemes and also some strategies which is aimed to provide transportation services in the new capital city of Indonesia. There are many studies and also plans prepared. And however, until now, we haven't decided yet because we still work together with the line ministries in preparing the master plan. But I could share to all of you with strategy and also direction to be prepared for the new capital city of Indonesia. It is really understandable that we are now living in the situation of pandemic COVID-19. We have learned not only from Jakarta, but also the new life under this pandemic era. And we have learned also how ICT has provided us the changes of lifestyle. So in the development of a transformation for the new capital city, also consider these things. For example, as we know that the use of the ICT has brought us changes in lifestyle, work from home, work from office, as well as mobile working also provide by this technology. I would like to share for you the plan of the transportation to the new capital city. Even though this is still as a tentative plan, but we have discussed to line ministries. For example, we also developed transport service for the next, for the new capital city. We provide the concept of road transport, road network planning in the new capital city that is developed actually by the colleague of Minister of Public Works. By this road network planning will provide mobility and movement within and among regions. And also we develop for the railway with aimed at providing local as well as intercity network. And also we provide airport development that is aimed at providing connection among this new capital city to the rest of the region. The concept of the railway network developed in this new capital city is to provide local facilitation for movement and also for intercity network. Because this island, Kalimantan, still hasn't had a railway network, but by the development of new capital city, there would be railway network in this area. We also provide technologies in rail-based transportation, as Menteri said previously. We also, in the air transport, we develop a concept of multi-airport system, which consists of airport for ordinary movement and also for VVIP facilitation. Also, we provide the development of sea transport. That is, we will have two kind of development, port development. One is for container and non-container purposes, and the other is for the passengers. Also, we provide land transport facilitation with the concept of movement within and also for connection to other cities. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to share about this because we would like to have some comments or input from all of you all. I think I will finish my speech and thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Pak Joko. Thank you very much Pak Joko. It's only, I think only less than 15 minutes, which is good. I mean, well, now Pak Joko has mentioned about the strategic for the design of, strategic planning to support the new capital city. Now we will have Pak Rudi Supriyadi Prawira Dinata, who will give a presentation on the new capital city of Indonesia's master plan. So I believe that Pak Rudi will tell us about the master plan of the new capital city of Indonesia and perhaps how then the transportation will fit into the new master plan. Pak Rudi, the time is yours and 15 minutes.
Thank you, Professor Haryo. Hello, everyone. Good evening to all of you in Indonesia and good morning to all of you in the United States. First of all, I would like to thank you to the Ministry of Transportation for inviting me and to sharing the big idea of the master plan, because actually the time's only 15 minutes, so I think I cannot share all of them, but at least the big idea of the master plan. As you know, actually we want to, I think Pak Joko just mentioned about the background of the capital city, why we have to move the capital city, or the president want to move the capital city to the Kalimantan. There are two big objectives of the idea of the moving the capital city to Kalimantan. Yeah, beside the burden of Jakarta and Java, but also we want to make sure that the distribution of economy can be shifted to further in eastern part of Indonesia. As you know that in the last 30 to 40 years, contribution of the economic of Indonesia mostly in from western of Java. It's about 70 to 80%. We tried the best we can to shifting the economic to also to eastern part of Indonesia, but the impact, the result is not really significant. So one big idea is from the president to move the capital city to central of Indonesia, particularly in eastern of Kalimantan. So in this case, I would like to share the idea about how going to be look like the capital city. We want to have world-class city for all. So this is about the design of the city, and also the other thing is that I would like to share about the role and function in the long run. So I think this is two big objective of the city to have a world-class city for all, with three main objective. One is the world's most sustainable city. What kind of sustainable city like this? One, if certainly we want to make sure that the city harmony with the nature, because again we will have a city in Kalimantan. I think some of people know that the Kalimantan is a lung of the world, as some people say, and also we have what you call it, I forgot, the heart of Borneo there. So that's why we call the city as a forest city. That's a big concept of the city. Besides, we want to have smart, beautiful, green, and sustainable city. So and then also we want to make sure that the city is circular and resilient. We try to minimize as much as possible to reduce to minimize the waste, and zero carbon capital city. This is also very important for us, and safe and affordable and certainly connected, active and accessible. This is one of the objective that we design for the city. And then the other thing, as I mentioned to you earlier, we want we design the city in the long run as an economic engine for the future Indonesia. So I think later on I will also explain how we're going to do this. why we want to do this as well, because actually when we move the capital city, what we move is from Jakarta is only government activity. In the meantime, as business activity is still in Jakarta. So how we can how we can shift the economic to eastern part of Indonesia if we only move the government activity. Certainly, I think the government expenditure will not have a significant impact to the economy. So we have to create this capital city and the surrounding area as a new center of economic. So I will explain to you later. And then the last but not least, certainly, we want to have national identity as a national identity symbol. So this is also very important. As Indonesia, I think consisting of more than 500 tribes, we have more than 500 languages. So I think it's very important to make sure that capital city is our symbol national identity. So to have world-class city for all, certainly we have to make sure that what are the enabling factor for this capital city. As I mentioned to you earlier, we want to have the capital city as a new center economic in the long run. So we projected, we plan the capital city is not only themselves, it's not only itself to become economic center, but including also the Balikpapan and this southern part of the IKN, and also the Samarinda, northern part of the IKN. So we call it three city collaboration. So this is very important because, again, when we propose the eastern part of Kalimantan, eastern part of Kalimantan as a new capital city, because we have Balikpapan, which is the existing city. We have already international airport there. We have seaport there. So a lot of infrastructure is already there. We have also toll road between Kalimantan, Balikpapan and Samarinda. So that's one reason why we choose. Also, we propose to the president Eastern Kalimantan. And certainly we want to have smart infrastructure there and connectivity. So this is the enabling factor that to make sure that the world-class city for all can be delivered. To make sure that these we will have most sustainable city. Actually, we design the city with 5C. One is climate, which means in the next slide is as 1C is the climate. Actually, we want to make sure that 75% of the area is the green area, where 65% is the as a resort and conservation areas, and the 10% is a green open space. We can use this the 10% for the agricultures, and then the convenience. I think the ministers of transportation also mentioned about the 10-minute city. So this is one of the big indicators that we want to have in the city. We design the city as a mixed city in every 200 hectares. And then the next is the capital. This is our symbol of national identity, where we have three branches of government, which is legislative, judicial, and executive. So we want to make sure that this is also part of the design of the city, which is prepared by Ministry of Public Works. And then the community. This is one thing that I also mentioned to you earlier, that we want to have in every area as a mixed community, so we can access the amenities in 10 minutes. So this is the thing that we want to have there. And then the last one is a collaboration. As I mentioned to you earlier, that we also prepare the city together with Balikpapan and Samarinda as a new central economic in the long run. To make sure that we will have this, we have to we already set 8 cluster of indicators. In the next slide, we have one a cluster of indicator designed with nature. This is the one that I also wanted to mention to you earlier, that the we want to harmony with the nature. So this is one indicators will be here, and then unity and diversity. And the next is connected, active, and accessible. This is again as the IT technology is developed very fast. So I think in the long run, we have to have this kind of access for to make sure that the government activities is also can be executed is very easily. Zero carbon IKN, as I mentioned to you earlier, this is very important indicators. So I think this is also will link with the transportation system. We want to have the electric car over the electric vehicle only there, and then all the equipment based on the clean energy, something like that, whether from waters or sun or maybe hydrogen. And then circular and resilient. This is the thing that I mentioned to you earlier. We want to make sure that we want to minimize the waste as much as possible, safe and affordable, convenience and efficient through technology, and also robust economic opportunity for all. This is the thing that we try to focus in the long run. So when we talk about the transportations, we try the best we can. We design the city for the only for the what you call it public transportations. I think in the first that we want to propose is everyone is easy to walk there. That's why we create the city as 10-minute city. So everyone, every citizen there can walk to any amenities in only 10 minutes, at least to the bus station. So you can reach every destination through a bus station in 10 minutes. We also promote the through bicycle, public transportation, and then certainly this is we will propose with clean energy like electric bus, and then share transportation. So I think the last option is using the car, certainly, but we try to minimize as much as possible. The 10 minutes city frameworks, we design 10 minutes within 200 hectares, and then we embracing the counters. So we try to minimize as much as possible to disturbing the nature. So that's why we try to embracing the contours. And then in every 50 hectares, we will have a 5-minute neighborhood. So this is I will not go into detail about this concept, but the 10-minute city, this is the idea of 10-minute city framework that we designed for the city. And then I think the Ministry of Public Works is also implementing the 10-minute city in their design. So, and the last thing, not last thing, the ICANN movement strategy will also incorporate transportation innovation to create a smart and efficient transport network and travel experience. So this is the some of the idea. I think you who what you call it expert in transportation know exactly about this point for the design. And I would like to share you next about how the city will play the role in the long run. In the next slide, I would like to show you the 3 cities that I mentioned to you earlier. ICANN, the new capital city, will will play as a nerve center here, as a government center here, as a government core, green innovation hub, and for the region. So I think all the activity will be here. Kind of innovation center and talent hub will be here. High tech and clean manufacturing. So we only allow the manufacture clean industry only. So but in Balikpapan we will also prepare as a petrochemical hub. This is one cluster of industry that we will push in the Eastern Kalimantan, not in the KN, but in the Eastern Kalimantan, particularly in Balikpapan. And then also oleochemical in the north part of Samarinda. This is also one industry that we will...
Arudi, excuse me, you have 3 more minutes.
Oh, 3 more minutes. Okay, thank you, Pak. Yes, I mentioned to you earlier that a lot of things that we want to share here, but again, time is very limited. So in the next slide, this is the cluster of industry that we will develop in the new capital city regions, not only in capital city but in the capital city region, in the three city. For example, petrochemicals, I mentioned to you earlier, oleochemical manufacturing, the upstream oil, gas, agriculture, sustainable mining. This is all that we design to be developed in the new capital city region. Again, because we want to shift the economic activity to the eastern part of Indonesia. And then the green part basically we will design develop in the outside of the AKN. In the meantime, inside of the capital city is only tourism, healthcare, education, higher education, pharmaceutical, and we will make sure that the pharmaceutical is also clean industry, not the unclean industry, and then clean and tech solar manufacturing. So this is all the industry that we will develop in the inside the AKN, and then certainly we have to make sure that the enabling factor is also there: logistic and transport, utilities, retail, wholesale trade. So this is all going to be one integration of the new capital city in the long run. And based on this, we projected number of population. So for the city, as you can see here, this is our projection up until 2045. That the number of population of the city it's going to be 1.7 to 1.9 million people. This based on the industry that we will develop in the capital city region, and then this also will is used as a basic concept for the designing the city. So because again, it's very important to know how many people will live there, and then what kind of system transportation that we have to have there. So based on the forecasting of the urbanization. So I think this is very basic and very important for the city. And then in the next slide, this is just forecasting based on the industry that we will develop there. The GDP per capita will increase, I think, to 4 to 5 times in the long run up until 2045. The number of populations also increase significantly. So in the next slide, in the last slide, this is only the projection. Sorry, in the previous one, the how much money that we need in the next 5 years. So this is our projection. Certainly, this is a very rough calculation when we calculated here, I think, in 2017. Now we have some new ideas, some new what you call it, concept for the capital city. Certainly, the number will change. And in the last slide, we just want to share you with the stages that we will develop up until at least 2024. This is the first 5 years of development, because the president wants to move to the new capital city by the end 2024. So we have to what you call it, start from that point to now, or what we have to do in the next 3 years. So I think that's all I can share. Thank you very much for the attentions, and then thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry that I apologize that I forgot to say something about the bio of Dr. Rudy. Dr. Rudy get an senior engineering degree from civil engineering from ITB, and then he got Master of City and Regional Planning for Urban and Regional Planning of the Ohio State University, and PhD on Urban and Regional Planning, again at the same university, the Ohio State University. And Pak Rudi Supriyadi Prawira Dinata now is the Deputy Minister for Regional Development at the Indonesian Ministry of Planning, National Development Planning Agency. Thank you, Pak Rudi.
Thank you, Pak.
Now, after we have listened about first the master plan for transportation, and then we also have see the master plan for the city planning. Now we are going to have a presentation from Dr. Jinhua Zhao. I'm sorry. He is an associate professor of city and transportation planning from Massachusetts Institute of Technology and director of GETL Urban Mobility Lab in MIT. His bachelor degree in engineering and planning is from Tongji University. His master of city planning, master of science in transportation is from MIT, and his PhD is also from MIT. We are glad that Dr. Zhao can come here and give a presentation. Well, without further ado, please, Dr. Zhao, time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Wenasso. Throughout human history, we invented a fantastic set of technology that help us move from A to B. But technology progress do not always translate into better mobility system. Many of you may have been to Beijing and see this picture. Few of you may say, this picture, which is the same city 30 years ago. What you see here are public transit, pedestrians, and public transit, and cycling. And what we call this picture, using the modern transportation planning vocabulary, sustainable travel, green travel, low carbon travel. In a way, that's the dreamline of today's transportation planner. The city instead strives itself to move away from this sustainable paradigm to a mostly motorized system with severe congestion and air pollution and carbon emission. Technology over the 30 years clearly improved, but the mobility system as a whole has not. This is what we mean by transport paradox. With GDP increase, most aspects of your life improves: clothing, food, housing, health, but transportation not necessarily, at least in certain stage of development. And many Asian countries like Indonesia, China are in this phase of development. Nowadays, we have three convergent transportation technologies: electrification, shared mobility, and autonomous vehicle. Will they also fall into the same transport paradox? So today, I would like to drive your attention from the technology perspective to a system perspective. From automation technology per se, this is the classic trade-off between speed and structure. We can do one of the two very well, but not both yet. While as important is the system uncertainty, including will we continue to use ownership model or access model, or use single use or shared use. And today I will focus on the third point, which is, will the new technology be integrated with public transit or not? Therefore, today's title on designing the multimodal future mobility for the new capital city, particularly the autonomous vehicle and the public transportation integration. I want to mention two things. One, the cross-cultural learning. So here, MIT, we have the luxury of working with multiple cities across the world, like Transport for London in United Kingdom, Chicago Transit Authority in Chicago, Hong Kong, MTR, the subway operator, Boston, Singapore, etc. So we try to bring these diverse experiences from different parts of the world to help and facilitate the discussion in Indonesia. The second one, I really want to, through this presentation, share with you a sense what the style of thinking here, particularly how do we bring the behavior science and transportation technology together. By bringing it together, we can help to shape behavior, design system, and reform policies, and particularly in the context of autonomous vehicle and its relationship with cities. So I'll start with some basic concept. If I ask you what's the difference between an iPad and a trip, the different ways to look at it. iPad is a product and trip is a service. But more importantly, iPad is an iPad, but every trip is different if you consider the origin, destination, travel mode, travel time, technology, etc. Therefore, we have all these on-demand services like Uber, Zipcar, on dial ride, try to respond to the dynamic and the heterogeneous consumer preference. But what's missing from a purely demand-driven system is that they ignore the cost, therefore generate a lot of congestion, environmental cost, and social cost. From the other side, why mass transit? Even though every trip is different, some trips are similar enough so that we can put them together in a high capacity, high efficiency way, therefore achieve economy of scale, reduce congestion, CO2 emission, and improve equity. But what's the problem with mass transit alone? It does not respond. It does not respond to the dynamic and heterogeneous consumer preferences. So I just mentioned between the two, autonomous vehicle on one side on demand responsive, direct O2D, individual comfort, while public transit have economy scale, encourage nodal concentration, high capacity. So there's a natural need to combine the two in an effective way. And more concretely, you can look at different routes, areas, service, schedule, all the different dimensions, where the different technologies sit on the different point of the spectrum. Just to simplify here, as a good transportation system, you want to be direct, you want to have capacity, and you want to go far enough. Well, no technology, single technology can achieve both, right? So walking is good between these two together. Public transit brings the capacity and distance together. An autonomous vehicle can bring the direct distance and distance together, but only an integrated multimodal system can achieve all three objectives here. So what are the opportunities? Here I listed three. One is to provide the first last mile access to the transit hub. The second one is to replace the low productivity bus routes. And the third one is the entire transit network reoptimization. Let me give you an example from Singapore. This is the mass transit system in Singapore. And people use different ways to access the different stations. If you half about buses, half of roughly walking. If you look at focus on this Tamparan station, there's about 15 bus routes feeding the passengers into this station. If you rank all these bus routes by their demand contribution here, you'll find roughly half of the buses actually contribute to 90% of the demand to the station. So we have a hybrid design as follows. We say we keep the top half of the bus route as it is, provide the high demand service, while for the bottom half, we replace them with autonomous vehicle on demand and repurpose this bus route. Yeah, this in the end can achieve a much more efficient system here. For example, this is the red line indicated the prior bus routing. It had to detour around a lot around the neighborhood to pick up the demand. But with the AV provided this scheduled demand need, then you can provide more straightforward services. Similar other examples as well. But overall, you need to look at the autonomous vehicle, public transit, and passengers, all these interests. Finally, there is actually an opportunity window for integrated public transit and AV system that achieves three different objectives at the same time. For the passengers to have a better service in terms of waiting time, riding time. From the system, there's overall have less traffic. And thirdly, from the autonomous vehicle operator point of view, they need to be financially viable. There is an opportunity window exists, despite it's actually pretty narrow window. You need a careful design for this to happen. Next, I'll give you a London example. Emer's transport strategy in 2018, it explicitly says all these new technologies connected autonomous vehicle need to serve the purpose of a public transit accessibility for all. So here, we try to use it to show the second example for the bus route, low productivity bus route. This is the London subway network, and we're looking at the southeast part of this Orpington area, and this is the demand from this area to throughout the greater London area. And the key thing is, we first look at the status quo mode choices between walking, bicycle, transit, etc. Then we generated this future modal choices, which is the AV-PT combination, and recalculate the probability of people choosing this. Then we develop this AV service and policy design using the demand supply interaction system, and then offer a multi-stakeholder performance evaluation process there. Last one in Chicago, this is the Chicago network. I will skip this example given the time, but the point is to try to see on the transit network reorganization. Our transit networks so far are designed based on the assumption that people can only walk to the stations. But now with shared mobility and autonomous vehicle, we can expand the hinterland of this station dramatically and therefore redesign the transportation network. This is particularly important for the new capital city we're discussing with several satellite cities. How do we reoptimize the network? Lastly, I want to mention a bit on the governance model. Here, traditionally, when you have a public transit, only three players: public authority, the transit operator, and the riders. But now we're adding two important new stakeholders here. One is the AV operators, the other one is AV producers. You'll find there's a complex bilateral relationships that are newly generated because it's new players and a multimodal system that need to be discussed. You can actually learn from a lot of experience and lessons from all over the world, from Boston, this MBTA, Chicago, Land Transport Authority from Singapore, and Transport London. They offer very different governance model here. I think Indonesia can learn and borrow and critique all these different governance possibilities. For example, you can look at the laissez-faire structure or in-house AV division operation, or a combination of a public and private partnerships through a competitive tendering process. So what's the difference between a transit-oriented autonomous vehicle deployment versus a generic AV deployment? I want to mention three things. One is at the social purpose layer, the private sector AV and the public sector transit, they serve a different purpose. One is for profit, the other one is provided access for all. Therefore, they are subject to very different levels of regulatory constraint. And even at the technical level, you'll find a lot of more complexity in this transit-oriented AV development. I mentioned the integration. There are actually very different aspects of integration. You can talk about information integration, pricing and ticketing integration, and operation integration. Up to now, the three are mostly technical in nature. But there's another aspect, which is the business model integration and the regulation integration, right? Lastly, I want to mention, beyond that, even there's an important notion of a cultural integration. At least in the United States, the cultural innovation between public transit and the private sector is really distinct. They operate in a very different style. They think differently, they behave differently. To bring the two together is not a technical matter. You have to really merge the culture in order for this to work. Lastly, how can MIT as an institution contribute? Transportation is changing dramatically in the past 10 to 15 years. I put them into three categories: technology, data, and value, right? Technology and data captures the highlight, automation, electrification, 5G, etc. But here I really want to emphasize the changes in values. What do I mean? Before 1980s, as a transportation professional, your job is clearly defined, which is solve a traffic congestion problem. But now, transportation is more and more defined as a climate change problem, future of work problem, public health problem, as indicated by COVID-19, a social justice problem, and an urban livability problem. So transportation now is a multi-objective, much researched set of goals we need to entertain at the same time. So MIT, I think, is unique in the sense that we can speak to each of these components with specific faculties and the laboratories responding to the data, technology, and value. So we set up this MIT Mobility Initiative, try to bring about 60 faculty together, working on research, education, entrepreneurship, and public service, and try to effect the fundamental change in the long-term trajectory of sustainable mobility development. How can MIT contribute? There are three different ways. The first one, in the short term, is solving specific problem, specific technical problem. In the medium term, we can help develop platform and capacities. And then in the long term, MIT is often useful to catalyze strategic institutional changes, right? We've been working with different industries, government to demonstrate all three levels contribution here, right? Last, I want to mention MIT's style of thinking here, the system of thinking, respecting institution, the local community, and the institutional collaboration. Combine this with the specific technology pillar, computing, robotics, behavior science, city planning, then we can achieve the goal, the vision of new capital city being caring, flourishing, and sustaining, right? Lastly, I want to really move the discussion from a technology perspective to a system perspective, and finally to the urban perspective. So how do a city planner or urbanist look at transportation differently from engineer, for example, right? We pay attention to the human interaction, therefore the innovation capacity of the city. We're sensitive to space, therefore pay attention to the urban form and land use. We focus on the quality of life and care about livability, environment, and health. And lastly, we strive to be the guardian of the mobility and look at the transportation equity and the mobility of the poor. As summary, autonomous vehicle itself does not have a purpose. It's a city that is served that gives a purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rojao. It's very timely, 15 minutes. Okay, thank you. I think a very interesting presentation with from Dr. Zhao that show me the technology, style, and urban perspective on development for new capital city in Indonesia. And he also mentioned at least 4 things. First is the integration within AV and PT, and the governance for AV and PT, and the transportation for technology, data, and value, the changes in transportation. And 4 is the contribution that can be provided by the MIT, short term, medium, and long term. I think this is very interesting. And now in the last presentation is actually in direction or in connection with Professor Zhao presentation is the agenda for research for this new capital city, especially in the transportation focus. We will have now Professor Tommy Firman. He is emeritus professor from the School of Architecture, Planning and Policy Development from ITB. His degree is from ITB, the bachelor from ITB, master from Asian Institute of Technology, and PhD from University of Hawaii. And then will be followed by Dr. Dele Kudala. He is an associate professor of School of Architecture, Planning and Policy Development. He got Bachelor of Engineering from ITB and Master of Science from Groningen and also Master from ITB. And his PhD is from University.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, good evening. What would you like to present? Could you please share screen, please? Okay, so we would like to present at this session is that as the title indicates, is research agenda related to implementation of Indonesia's new capital development in Kalimantan. Basically, we'll try to discuss some of the research agenda that need to be done to support the implementation of the new capital development in Kalimantan. Obviously, it doesn't mean to be exhaustive, yeah, because there will be too many. But our presentation will be focused on transportation and urban structure, maybe urban development. That's a better word. There are three of us to present this presentation, including myself and my Pak Ibnu Sabri and Pak Dele Kudala, my colleague, my junior colleagues. So we have 15 minutes to share among three of us. Maybe I will talk only 3 minutes, and then Pak Dele will follow, and Pak Ibnu Sabri also about each 5 minutes. Okay. As I mentioned, that this presentation will try to outline some of the research that need to be conducted in detail if or should the Indonesia's capital city is implemented or constructed by 2024. Obviously, there is assumption is that the NCC, the National Capital City, is going to be implemented according to the original design, original plan, which is called Negara Rimanusa. Maybe it's mean city in which, if I can translate freely, it's a city in the forest, or some people also call forest city. Yeah. In the design, we can identify there are three areas to be developed in the new city, consisting of what you call the central area for government office building, and then the city area for housing, facilities, and amenities, and the surrounding large peatland areas. Actually, as most of you know, that before that there have been debate whether the capital city should be or should not be relocated from Jakarta to Kalimantan. Obviously, we will not discuss this issue in this presentation. We'll consider that the issue is all over. Now we are going to construct the new capital cities. Then what we have to do is do it to the best possible. Yeah. Actually, there are many research need to be conducted. Yeah, which among other things, including the how the new capital city development will have impact on regional economy, disaster risk, peatland conversion, land conversion, and watershed and other environmental conditions in the region. Also transportation system and urban structure. Also among others is how new capital city project should be socio-economically and culturally inclusive. Yeah, which should involve local stakeholders and many other issues. But our concern is overall is the sustainability. Right? We have to develop the new capital city which is sustainable in the future. Okay, as I mentioned that there are many research need to be done to support the implementation of the new capital city. Obviously, we cannot do it all. Yeah, it's as I mentioned, it doesn't mean to be exhaustive. But this presentation will focus on the transportation and mobility, which will be presented by Dr. Ibnu Sabri, dan urban structure, maybe urban development, that's better word, by Dr. Delik Kudala. So now may I invite Pak Delik to present your part, which is the impact on the urban development. I over to you, Delik.
Thank you, Professor Tommy Firman and the moderator, Pak Haryo. In this part, I would like to share you that we have been in consultation with Parodi, the previous presenters, and other partners in the Ministry of National Development Planning. Also, together with our MIT colleagues like Professor Bisanyal and Larry Vale and others, we are trying to develop kind of a long-term and comprehensive agenda for future research that might be ranging from a technical planning perspective to a more developmental and institutional issues that covers local and regional context. And in this presentation, particularly, we would like to focus on the topics. Those are, we think it is very important, yet still given lack of attention from the current policy frameworks with regard to the new capital city, which is the regional planning issues, and with a particular emphasis on the metropolitan and regional transport. Sorry. First, we begin with an understanding that the urban context is not a static entity, but it is transforming through times and spatial scale. We are not seeing the new capital as an independent and robust entity, but it is situated in a rapidly growing context of Kalimantan. It is one of the fastest growing islands in Indonesia, and it will continue to transform into much larger entities beyond the capital city through expansion, merging, and networking. And it is actually, in fact, it is happening with or without the NCC. And in this very limited time, we take lessons first from our previous research on Java Islands transformation, and some future also maybe including MIT experiences in researching new capital, city resilience, smart city and transport, and beyond. So now we are, among other, in the phase of developing some kind of hypothesis regarding the new capital as a new city that is situated in a rapidly developing larger urban entity, from city to metropolitan areas, mega urban region, and ultimately mega regions or networks of metropolitan areas and mega urban regions. First, how that the new capital city is building its region, and it's where the urban structure is more complex than just the core city, but it is surrounded by suburbs, and whose typical urbanization is also, which include the future talents of suburbanization or the extension of already crowded city cores, or we call it internal agglomeration, and some key special form will emerge like satellite town and large-scale residential estate, and probably some future issues like urban basic services and interlocal government coordination. And with regard to transport, there will be kind of a functional flow issue or daily commuting pattern that is going to be the main concern, and some physical network that need to be considered, like the main road, commuting railways, and suburban toll road. And then at larger scale than metro areas is kind of a mega urban regions, or what in the previous presenters called it the urban triangle, or in the some other ministerial report is called a Sasamba network, or Samarinda, the IKN, and also Balikpapan, where the urban structure is much more complex, involving more than one urban regions or metro areas and their rural urban extension or desa kota. The typical urbanization process is desa kotasi or the and that can be a potentially unplanned mixture of agricultural and non-agricultural functions in informally populated villages around large urban areas, or also including in-situ urbanization, where the key special form that might emerge is the industrial zone, industrial park development, and the policy issue with regards to the agricultural land use conversion, or in Kalimantan context is also forest conversion, and intersectoral coordination between different ministries. The functional flow issue with regard to transport is there will be like kind of a weekly commuting involving the physical network like intercity toll road and intercity railways. And finally, what would be the greatest extent of this urbanization pattern is a kind of a new mega region. That is the whole southeast coast of the Kalimantan, ranging from the Palangkaraya, Banjarmasin, and throughout the coast through Balikpapan and Samarinda. This will involve more than some kind of networks of metro areas and their ex-urban realms or in between cities. It is a kind of a really transforming new city beyond existing cores. And the typical urbanization is like ex-urbanization or in between urbanization, and large-scale or planned rural transformation in formerly unproductive land beyond existing urban realms. Some key special form like special economic zones, transport hub or super hub, policy issue including ecology, competitiveness, regional imbalance, and national local coordination. And finally, the functional issue is more like seasonal migration and freight transport, and the physical network, which might include interregional expressway, high-speed railway, seaport, and airport. So that's the opening, and Ibnu will continue with more specific on the transport issue. Pak Ibnu, maybe you can follow the next slides.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Deli. Good evening, everyone. Good morning, our colleagues in United States, in MIT, and everyone. It is I'm honored to share you our works. In looking at Sasamba is actually just a speculation. It become a mega region because this area actually when you look at Samarinda and Balikpapan, actually it is like 120 kilometers apart. In between, there are 7 nodes that be very possible that can grow more than 1 million that mentioned Pak Rudi, more than 2 million. And then if we learn from Kazakhstan that they developed 20 years ago in Astana, they expect in 20 years the number of population or habitants is 100,000. Now it's already 1.6 million, twice double from what they expected before. Well, as mentioned by Pak Delik, actually it is very possible that without the NCC national capital, this is also possible because it's very this area is growing very fast compared to other area outside of Kalimantan, especially in East Kalimantan. So I think the Professor Mainheim, actually it is a professor in MIT, that it is one of my favorite work that, of course, this kind of work, it is become our foundation when we look at how we're going to develop a transportation system that's already mentioned by our previous speakers, that we need to see that, for example, demographic and society that involved in transportation system, as well as policy, finance, economics, technology, etc. Would you please move to the next slide? So if we specifically look at those structures, that we have actually 6 key stakeholders already: government Indonesia, NCC authority, East Kalimantan provincial government, 3 local governments, Balikpapan city, Samarinda city, and Kukar Regency. This is, of course, and we look at on the right side, the frame of NCC transportation systems. We can look at it from local, regional, national. This is become essential, a big area that involve, of course, the activity system and also the infrastructure transportation system, as well as the transit and paratransit system. may include the buses, LRT, AV, and move as your service. It is equal. That's become a part of our agenda. So the scale of spatial organization for transportation, we are looking at, of course, the hierarchy, the links, the gateway, the nodes, all the activities become together as integrated system. Next. So we have tried to, not exhaustively, but we are looking at carefully about our object is a national capital city and its surrounding hinterland area that will affect the development of this area. So of course, yeah, we are looking at the changes in the socio-demographic characteristic, change in function, change in road network, changes in urban spaces, and of course, we need strategies to change choice of transport, as mentioned by Professor Zhou, that of course, having AV, we also need infrastructure like ITS system that so far we have developed that in almost in big cities in Indonesia, but so far it doesn't work. So because we still lack of knowledge about lack of funding, lack of regulation, it's still problem even in the big cities in Indonesia. So what is clear that ITS and EV have a significant implication for mobility, but in planning, of course, we have to be careful about governance, participation, social ecological justice. And we mentioned it before, we are also dealing with 6 key stakeholders that were the coordination between government, also a big challenge when we are trying to do some integrated transportation system, including this area. Okay, next. So we have some exhaustive research agenda. So we are looking at specifically some important issues such as urban.
Excuse me, Pak Ipeng, 1 more minute, please.
Okay, thank you, Pak. So this is how we're gonna develop the NCC. Of course, in here we are looking at, this is a forest area. That's many areas still something like this. So we are applying some principal concept like trade follow the ship, but also we have together with ship follow the trade, because those areas still forest and the other area maybe still a lack of support from infrastructure aspect. So of course, issue on scale, I already mentioned that before. And then for the next research agenda is more, this next slide, please. So there has a future technology development issues when we are talk about specifically inside the NCC development issues. So NCC, yeah, we are maybe talk about the TOD development area. We maybe implement electrical vehicle and battery operated term, but this regulation and support from the government as well as others infrastructure still a big question, and we need to explore that. So some short term practically we talk about accessibility, and also we talk about identifying where the expected development will arrive or will be built. And also we do some investigating that many other aspects that related to the spatial structures and integrated transportation system to make a sustainable development for this area. I think I stop here, Pak Aryo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Ipeng. Yeah, I think it's very timely. Time is correct. Well, now we will have a 20-minute Q&A, but to commemorate, I will make it in 2 sessions. For the first session, to celebrate our Indonesian Mother Day, I would like to ask first 3 Ibus here. Ibu Polana, Ibu Adriani Sinaga, and Ibu Ellen. Would you please, Ibu Ellen, to perhaps to pose your questions, and then Ibu Adriani and Ibu Takudo, please. Ibu Polana is not here.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry.
Sorry, please. Please, Ibu.
Thank you, Pak Haryo, moderator, and thank you for all the speakers. for the very interesting explanation. What I would like to not ask, maybe remind on the new capital, the future new capital, that Jabodetabek can be as learning for to improve the new capital in the future. What we as that or as has been stated in master plan of transportation in Jabodetabek, we have many criteria. We have about 8 targeted the performance targeted. Maybe I don't know whether in this new concept of transportation in new capital, what is the performance indicator that we are going to reach in the future first? For example, one of already mentioned by Pak Minister that the modal share will be 80%. I think this is very optimistic target, but maybe that the one that has to be considered is the habitat of new capital city in the first step on the first phase will be mostly will be the official government official maybe. So so what to get the 80% of model share, that so there has to be many what should I say, development criteria that had to be considered in the future. I think Ibu Ati has been lead all the issue for the transportation in the new capital, but what we have to learn is the case in Jabodetabek transportation system. The lack of, for example, the lack in the Jabodetabek transportation system is the integration. The seamless of transportation is not yet not yet implemented in Jabodetabek. So in the new capital city, I hope that the transportation will be also seamless transportation through integration. Thank you, Pak Haryo. This is what my comment on the concept of transportation in the new capital city.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Polana. Now, next, Ibu Eli. Please, silahkan Ibu Eli Sinaga. Is Ibu Eli here?
I saw Ibu Eli here.
Or perhaps Ibu Ellen Tangkudung first? Yeah, I think Ibu Ellen first.
Thank you, Pak Haryo, moderator. Thank you for the valuable opportunity for me to give some notes or pointers from all very important presentation about the new capital city and the autonomous vehicle. First of all, we have the clear idea from the President of Indonesia, Bapak Jokowi, to move the capital city to Kalimantan Timur in the year of 2024. We will find the world-class city for all that safe and affordable, harmony with nature, connected, active and accessible, and zero carbon with the walkable city. To create the new capital city will create the new center of economics. And the important thing from Professor Jinhua Zhao, the presentation explained very related to the autonomous vehicle and public transportation. The important thing is the integration, information integration, pricing and ticketing integration, operation integration, business integration, cultural integration, and yeah, it is very important. We have to note about the autonomous vehicle and public transportation. And for me, last but not least, I haven't yet heard about the role of women in the developing of the new capital city. Maybe
Because it's Mother Days.
because it's now is Mother Day. Maybe can explain the about the research of or the integration or something about the role of the women in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Ellen. Ibu Eli, is it here now, Ibu Eli? I cannot see. Where is the Ibu Eli?
It's with the red.
Oh yeah, Dr. Eli Sinaga. Please, Ibu Eli, if you have comment or questions. Well, perhaps Ibu Eli is not here right now. I think I will give it the answer, and I will take my liberty to direct it the question to the presenter. First, I think the question from Ibu Polana is for Pak Joko, I think, first, and then perhaps Dr. Zhao can also comment. And from Ibu Ellen, it's also mostly for Pak Dr. Zhao on the integrated AV and PT, your comment. And the last question from Ibu Ellen is for Pak Rudi, I think. For the first, I think also perhaps Ipeng can also answer. Please, first, Pak Joko, your comment.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much to Kupulana for your response. Yeah, I'm glad that to have your idea, and also we are as a colleague to work together to develop your idea. It's very pleasant for me. Thank you, Prof.
Okay. Perhaps Dr. Zhao can also comment on the 80% share, modal share for the transportation and the integration of the intermodal integration, please.
Sure, yeah. Thank you for the question. I think the 80%, if you define broadly as all the sustainable travel mode combined, walking, cycling, and public transit, that is a laudable objective, actually. Yeah, that's also many cities like Beijing, London, in their like 2035, 2040 plan, that kind of the similar level, right? It's achievable if you work really hard towards it, right? That's one thing. I think it's, I actually very much like the notion that Indonesia put on the new capital city, very clearly defined this goal. Here, I just want to mention in the rest part of the world, there's a dangerous misconception that public transit is going to be retired, like a telegram, right? Now we have autonomous vehicle with shared mobility. Why do we need public transit? That's a very dangerous misconception here, right? Public transit is a container, is a geometrical container that can entertain all sort of technologies. In fact, the first automation technology happened on trains. Like, for example, in many places in Vancouver, Canada, the SkyTrain is automated. Many of the technology happens in public transit here, right? That's one. The second one is that the integration. Both I want to mention the necessity for integration, but also the challenge for integration. The necessity of integration, I think, is come from the fact that when you have a city, as I mentioned, different modes, different technology has its pros and cons, right? None of the technology on its own can satisfy all the multi-dimensional objective here, right? But combining the different ones together is possible to achieve this goal. But here it's important to note that integration is different from just combining. You can easily say, in my city, I have all the mode. You have listed 20 modes existing in my city, but that's not an integration, right? integration, you have to really bring this thing together, particularly from the passenger point of view. I go on from A to B. In a way, I don't need to care what mode I choose. I can combine, I can chain different modes together, right, for it to fulfill this goal here, right? That's one. And then I'll give you an example. When in Singapore, we did a simulation. We say, suppose we have the best sharing technology algorithm. We also have the best automation autonomous vehicle, but let's get rid of MRT, right? We run this scenario just to illustrate the case. It turns out the traffic will be a disaster, right? However good the sharing, the autonomous vehicle is, without a public transit, the city cannot survive here, right? So that's a necessity. On the difficult though, I mentioned the technical level on the ticket integration, on the information integration. I think our technology are there. We have this technology to implement those things, right? And in terms of operation integration, that's more of a operation research type of a question. Is it challenging? But it's a definable mathematical question. We can also address it pretty well. At MIT, we do quite a bit of that. The challenges come from the regulatory integration and the cultural integration, right? The regulatory integration, at least in the US context, the public transit and the private sector like Uber or Lyft or Scooter, they are subject to very different regulatory scenarios, right? Public transit have a much more set of regulations and constraints to operate. The goal is to provide access for all. While for private sector, if I'm a for-profit company, I cherry pick whatever I make money, right? So that's a very different goals here. Bring the two together is not trivial, yeah. Under what regulatory framework we should regulate these two systems and bring them together is really challenging. As I mentioned, in the London, Transport for London offered a potential good model to borrow and learn from. Lastly, about cultural integration, I see that even more difficult than regulatory integration. What I mean is the following. If you take Boston example, right? Public transit operated by MBTA, a typical bureaucratic system run by the public sector. And the other side, you have, say, Motional, you have Waymo, you have Uber, all these high-tech companies, right? The two not only subject to different regulatory framework, the way they think are very different, right? If you put two government officials from MBTA and put two kind of entrepreneurs from Uber and Waymo, they don't know how to talk to each other even. The way they think, the way they behave, they're different species even. So here, that's even more difficult here, right? How do we channel the energy from the private sector to serve a social purpose? I think that's the biggest change. I hope that Indonesia can set a good example for that. Honestly, US does not provide a good example in this regard. There's many better ways we can learn. Hopefully the new capital city exercise can be a good opportunity for we learn together on this.
Thank you. I think Dr. Sabri can also comment on this transportation issue, please.
Okay, thank you, Pak Haryo. I think the integration problem, of course, we are facing a long time ago in our many cities in Indonesia. Yeah, of course, you are right. Integration is not really only putting all together. Also, we have also part of it is culture, behaviors, and also the regulation and governance of our cities. And you look at the behavior of people, we have done a lot of research on this behavior, including having private cars. It's very similar to the United States, maybe, because people still rely on private mode instead of public transportation. And then the other thing is, we're not only looking at specifically inside the NCC, but also we have to consider other local government that connect to this city, this NCC development area. We are looking at, for example, like Balikpapan and Samarinda, that having, when we develop the NCC first, where people now will be put in those two cities, and then the development of these two cities will affect everything on those areas. So the integration parts become challenge for us because the migration and the growth of people maybe unexpectedly more than what we put it. So yeah, I agree with the proposal that everything in we are putting like ITS system or big data as our tool for analysis. It is we cannot neglect that aspect of cultures that's quite different from developed countries, just like Singapore. It's not that we have to put in context. So our uniqueness of cultures, and as well as our social issues like equity and also social justice with having served by transportation, this is still lack of explanation on that. So the implementation of LRT, MRT being done in several cities, the densities of the demand is not there yet. So problem with finance of those things. We're not gonna put it. I mean, repeat that our problem in Java into the Kalimantan. So of course, Kalimantan, the NCC is greenfield where it's still blank compared to other cities that already have brownfield or developments already there. So it is become a challenge for us to see the structure of the cities as well as how we're gonna put together with a very different local governments context. So also we have an interregional government because the network is not simply for one NCC, but also connect to other regions where they have a different regulation as well as a coordination between them. So I think.
Thank you, Pak Ibek. Fine. The question from Ibu Ellen, one other is from Pak Rudi, I think. What is the role of the woman and in the planning?
Thank you, Pak.
Please.
Thank you, Bu Ellen, for the questions. I think the role of women, I think, is very clear. We have Ibu Ati here, Bu. She is the one who preparing the transportation system, one of the expert, I think, preparing the transportation system in the new capital city. And also not to mention that the half of my team is also is consisting of women. Yeah, I think this is very important because again, even in Bapenas, I think 50% more than I think it's almost 50% staff and director in Bapenas is women. So I think role of women is very clear here, and that's in terms of role. So I think so. Don't worry about that. Well, I know tomorrow is the Mom's Day, right?
Mother's Day.
And, yeah, Mother's Day in Indonesian version. So and I think one issue that we also put it in our indicators is about safe and affordability. Safe and affordable. So when we talk safe, certainly we also think about women and children. So I think this is very important for new capital city. So I think issues about women is also, I think, a big part in the designing the new capital city. Thank you, Bu.
Thank you, Pak Rudi. For the second session, I think only one question. I think this is perhaps directed to Pak Tommy Firman and Pak Delik. This is question from Pak Harun Lupis. I think, in my opinion.
Excuse me, Pak Haryo.
Yes, please.
There's Ibu Alisinaka already there.
Oh yeah, please, Ibu.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and do apologize. I was doing something. Okay. Yes, we know that this NCC, it is seems to me, it is so ambitious here. And it seems although we are building from a green field, yeah, it is completely from, assuming it is coming from the blank area, and then we are building something new. Yeah, but it is really completely different with our other cities. Probably I'm asking regarding the human resource. Firstly, the human resource of the regulators. Second one, our people. Yeah, and then also because in 24, yeah, we are starting to move already to this new capital city. So firstly, can we accommodate or can we build this new capital city such a very new paradigm city? Yeah, and the second one, can we just change our people behavior? Yeah, for instance, now mostly our people, they are bikers. They don't want to walk. Yeah, they just riding their motorcycles. Although in only for instance, only 300 meters, yeah, can we just change their habit instantly? Yeah. And then what is the plan actually? Yeah, because it is becoming the government complex. Shall we move all the government officer to this new capital city and providing them with some residential area and everything? Because I don't think we are just not just thinking about building this new paradigm city, yeah, but how about our habit? How about our uh, characteristics of our people? Yeah, for instance, in all of our cities, yeah, we do have land use plan. Yeah, but there is no enforcement. Yeah, can we change the regulator for having the new character? Yeah, they have a very tough job. Yeah, uh, can they enforce? Yeah, for instance, yeah, we are planning for 10-minute cities. Yeah, can we plan this one up to where? Yeah, or only in the capital city, or how about the city in the neighbor city like Balikpapan and Samarinda? Yeah, so yeah, that's my questions.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
because
Ibu.
I know it is very ambitious. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu. And I still want to one more question from Pak Harun Lupis, I think. I will read it for him. In my opinion, to contain unstoppable urbanization challenge, say in 2045, we need more and more location for new town planning and out of Java Island. The planned new capital city and the existing plan of the new town altogether are yet too small to facilitate the estimated huge scale of urbanization flux in the future. In Java alone, in 2025, I noted only one city, Maja City, and 10 other new towns of Java Island. The remaining are agglomeration of the metropolitan areas to become metropolitan. Are the city panel speaker agree in this premise? What would be the best strategy to add on more new town in Java Island and or out of Java? Regarding the transport issue, what worry me is in the future is the ever growing number of motorcycle population. Now the figure is about 500 motorcycle per thousand population and still increasing. Motorcycle is not simply as mass transit in Indonesia and so still in the future. If no motorcycle restraint policy put forward. Well, so this is only these two questions. I believe that the first question from Ibu Eli is for Pak Rudi, and the second question from Pak Harun Lupis, I think, is for Pak Tommy and Pak Deli. Please, Pak Rudi.
Okay, thank you, Pak. Thank you for the question, Ibu Eli, right? So, yeah, I think indeed that's a very important issues that we have to prepare, like human behaviors. Certainly, when we want to build the world-class city for all, without preparing the people who will live in that city, I think this is also one thing that what you call it, not good. You know what I mean? So certainly, I think we have to prepare the Actually, we have planned that once the president announced that the capital city will start to be developed, we will invite all the secretary general of the ministries from all ministries to prepare the strategy and strategy and to move to the capital city. Because again, when say that the president will move by the end of 2024, so we have to move to calculate backwards up until now. So we only have 3 years actually, and I think we have time to make sure that the all the civil servants that know how to live in the smart city. So when we talk smart city, it's not about the equipment, right? It's not about the IT, but also the smart people. So if we prepare them as a smart people, then I think just like Jakarta, yeah, and that's one thing. The other thing is you mentioned about regulation. Certainly, we have to have regulations, but that I think is not enough. What we need is also law enforcement. Otherwise, yeah, all the regulation is just what you call it, something is not useful. We have a lot of regulation in Jakarta, but you see, uh, people behavior just like that, because sometimes, not sometimes, all the time, very often, the officer is just let them go. So I think this is also one issue that we have to commit with what we have prepared, what we have designed, and also commitment to live in the new brand city. Because what we dream is that once the city is developed, we want to make sure that this is we will use as a reference, our reference, to build the excellent city. Because as you know that I think 95% city in Indonesia develop naturally without really plan there. You know what I mean? I think just only Palangkaraya is designed with the plan. Yeah, even that follow. Yeah, the development following the new design is not really controlled. So I think is we have a lot of what you call it homework here. Yeah, I think the design of the city is just one thing. The function, the role of the city in the long run is also the other things. And the people who will live there, certainly, I think this is also big homework to prepare them. I think I agree, totally agree with Ibu Eli. This is one thing that we have to prepare. And then, yeah, I think we have 3 years is long enough to prepare the whole civil servant who will move to the capital city. I think mostly will be young people, right? Because I'm the one who preparing this, not preparing this. One of the preparing this will not move there because when the time is to move, I already retired. So
thank you, thank you,
yeah,
Pak.
thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Rudy. Now I think I'll give 1 minute to Pak Tommy and 1 minute to Pak Adelik for the finishing us this session. Please, Pak Tommy.
Okay. I think I would agree with Professor Harun that the need for urban development, including the new town development in the future, will be increasing and even pressing, simply because of the fast urbanization in the future. Right now, we have in Indonesia, I think almost 60% of the urban of the population living in urban areas. Now, what do we need for that? I think one thing is still missing in our development policy. That is, we need national urban development policy, which we don't have right now. I think that's very important to guide the urban development in the future. Otherwise, the urban development in the future will be becoming haphazard. Yeah. The simple answer is the case that we need urban development policy. That's all. Maybe Pak Delik would like to add some more argument for that.
Thank you, Pak Tommy. Please, Pak Delik.
Yeah, thank you.
1
I'd
minute.
like to add more. First, that yes, we need more new development, and in fact, what is also a particular question for Indonesia is how new town development it contributes to economic development, and that's still a question. And some of the remedies, like first, we need to have a more regional perspective in new city development. So this will enhance integration and sustainability. And then we also need to put more role on the state-owned enterprises, because now most or almost all new new town is given to the private, and this will be against the vision to build city for all. So they need to integrate with mixed socioeconomic class and more accessibility for the poor. Another remedy is how to build a more self-sufficient city, because now in Indonesia we tend to build not new town but new residential estates that is not self-sufficient. So when we move to new city, we also have to think about the jobs, not just creating houses but creating new jobs. And last but not least is how to enhance the city and village linkage. and not just building a metropolitan or mega city, but we also have to balance it with small and medium towns. In that, we can build more integration between the urban and the rural economy. I think that's in a short my answer to that, Haryo.
Thank you very much. By the way, welcome, Professor Larry Vale. I'm glad that you can manage to come participate in our seminar. But anyway, our session is finished. We have just finished the first session. Thank you very much for Pak Joko, Pak Rudy, Dr. Zhao, Professor Tommy Firman, Dr. Delik, and Dr. Ibnu Sabri. Please give a round of applause for them. Thank you very much. I will not make a summary for them. Thank you, and I give it back to the Lila. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our moderator, Prof. Haryo, and to all the speakers. Thanks so much. So how is everyone? Tetap semangat ya. The night is still young. Okay. So before we start our second panel discussion, I would like to invite to all the speakers, the second panel discussion, to put your camera on, please. And our second panel discussion will start immediately after this video. Okay, back to me again. Thank you so much for staying with us. I'm Lila Gianto, and we are about to start our second panel discussion. Mr. Agus, please put your camera on because I'm about to invite our second moderator, Mr. Sigit P. Santosa. Pak Sigit, are you here with us?
Yes, Bu, I'm ready.
Okay, good evening, Pak Sigit. Pak Sigit here is graduated from Institute of Technology Bandung, ITB, and he got his master degree and postgraduate from MIT. So you are familiar with all the speakers coming from MIT, ya Pak? And now, Mr. Sigit is a director of National Center Sustainable Transportation Technology, NCSTT, from ITB, Institute Technology of Bandung. Pak Sigit, you have 1 hour time to have to each panelist. Each one has 15 minutes. And then after all presented, we have Q&A session, altogether about 15 minutes Q&A session. Okay, one more time, Pak Agus, we would like to invite you to put your camera on. Okay. And don't forget, participants, if you would like to ask some questions later on, please put your name format with your name and institution. Okay, Pak Sigit P. Santoso, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Mbak Lila. Good evening, everyone. As Mbak Lila noted, the night is still young. We also have so much enthusiasm of the more than 540 participants still tune in. So we have a very good topics in the sessions number 2, which is the sustainable transport and autonomous vehicle technology for the new capital city of Indonesia. We have 4 great speakers today. The first ones will be the professors Agus Taufik Mulyono is the chairman of the Masyarakat Transportasi Indonesia, or the chairman of the Indonesia Transport Society, and he's also the head of the Center for Transport and Logistics Studies of the University of Gajah Mada. Good evening, Pak ATM. He's my good friends. He's always going by the nickname of Prof. ATM. Second speakers, so actually I've seen here is the Professor Jessica Transik. Nice to see you again, Jessica. Been about a year after we met in MIT about a year ago. Thanks for also joining for this, webinar. Professor Jessica Transik will discuss about the electric-based sustainable transport concept. And also we have Professor Bambang Rianto Trilaksono as Professor of the School of Electrical Engineering and Informatics. Good evening, Pak Bambang.
Good evening, Pak Sigit.
Yeah, Pak Bambang will discuss about the autonomous electric vehicle roadmap for the new capital city of Indonesia, which is part of the collaboration between the Agency for R&D at the Ministry of Transport and the ITB. Actually, the second speakers actually will be streaming is Professor Daniela Rus. Professor Daniel Rus is the speech is about the risk and social behavior for decision making for autonomous vehicles. It will be streamed for all of us. So I think I would like to introduce the first speaker today. As I mentioned before, Professor Agus Taufik Mulyono is actually not only the chairman of the Indonesian Transport Society, but he's also the head of the Center for Transport and Logistics Studies at the Gajah Mada University. He's also currently a professor of civil engineering at Gajah Mada Universities. He received his engineer's degree from the civil engineering at UGM, the Master of Technologies in Transportation from the UGM, and also the PhD in Transportation from the University of Diponegoro. So without further ado, Professor Agus Taufik Mulyono will provide us some insight into, because he's also the chairman of the task force for the expert supporting the ministers of transport in designing the infrastructures and the integrated transport in the new capital cities. He will be sharing with us on the challenge of transportation planning at the new capital city of Indonesia. Okay, Prof. ATM, time is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Sigit, my friend. I will share screen, okay?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. First of all, please let me express our gratitude to the Danlitbang Perhubungan for giving us opportunity to deliver presentation in this occasion. My presentation will discuss challenges of transportation planning for our new capital city, or IKN, of Indonesia. Next. Yeah, the vision of new capital city or Ibu Kota Negara, IKN, or IKN development is smart, green, beautiful, and sustainable. This, this is also expected to be the city of modern and social inclusion with principle to maintain the nature and environment. The population will be the main factor for the transport system planning. The greater IKN will be inhabited by 1.7 million people in 2045, according to the plan from Bapenas. The civil servant or ASN and their family will be about 500,000 people. This vision, the vision will be translated into area activities plan that will be concept for 40 to 50 years. Yes. This long term will need policy for population, land use plan, transport provision, and anticipation of new development. The transport planning will be for shorter term, providing option for accessibility and mobility. Connectivity. Connectivity consists of internal IKN area, intra-province or island, national level, and international and global level. This will need different type of transport modes. The smaller of the area, the more option available. For global access and national for passengers option are by air and sea, mostly by air. For IKN access, the options are many, such as bus, rail, electric car, walking, biking, water-based transport. Yes. Challenge. The challenge, accessibility and mobility. The first challenge is related as accessibility and mobility aspects as the main issues of transport development. The provision of many options of transport is important, as well as the improvement of existing capacity. The connection to Java, Sumatra, Bali Island as main economic area, intra-Kalimantan area, as well as to other countries is important to be developed. The second challenge, new transport infrastructure development. With massive city, the new infrastructure will be heavily needed. This will need the best planning for location and system, anticipation for unpredictable development, as well as the funding need. Location choice of new VVIP airport, national and toll road planning, railway system, water-based transport to anticipate future development, anticipation of new and unpredictable development needs to be identified now by giving flexibility in infrastructure system and space land. Funding aspects must be identified, especially related to sustainability, sustainable and continuity will the regime change. challenges airport development. The current airport capacity is high compared to existing demand, but it will change when IKN built. Therefore, the capacity improvement is need for Sepinggan and APT Pranoto Airport. The development of new airport is need for VVIP flights, and the multi-system airport management must be established. Indonesia does not have experience in managing multi-airport system. They are usually competing each other, such as in Java Island and other areas. Airport system. The airport system will comprise three main airports. One new airport for VVIP flights. Two airports or commercial flights with Sepinggan, Balikpapan, and APT Pranoto, and one airport for VVIP flights. Nah, yes, I distinct from current and future capital. Yes, spatially, the new capital will shorten air distance to all cities in Indonesia in average by 6%. Eastern parts will benefit more with 48% less distance. Using simulation, the fare will be almost 26% cheaper to all Indonesia cities. Western part benefit more with 46% experience. Global connectivity to IKN via Balikpapan. From the new capital, the air distance slightly loungers to any international cities at west side, but the distance will not very different in terms of flight time. From main Asia cities, the air distance will 13% larger. Challenge public transport development. The city will heavily depend on public transport and active transport. It will also need a control of land use to make sure the future sustainability. Planning for city with public transport in mind. Relation to the use of private car and motorcycle. The active transport involves planning for city with convenient distance for walks and use bicycle. Land use control is very important to make your city remain for public and active transport user by control the unplanned development. Comparison of public transport modes like railway, maybe rail transport, or where the system traditional bus, the public transport will be based on rail or bus system. It must have enough capacity to handle future mobility. Different public transport modes have its own characteristic and capacity. The selection of the best must be done carefully The buses system has small capacity compared to the rail-based system. Challenge effective and efficient logistic system. The challenge in logistic system involve the effort to have the effective and efficient logistic system, mainly for the urban area. This includes the support during construction, when in operation, and what the infrastructure needed. The material supply for construction need to be transported to Kalimantan, as it mostly will come from other areas such as Java, Sumatra, and Sulawesi. When in operation, the logistic will be for daily activities, economic, and office. The infrastructure development will be mainly in the sea transport, air transport for outer access and water, and railway and road for island access. Impacts of IKN relation high quality and same standard transportation infrastructure service to solve disparity. The development of new IKN will have impact on economic growth. Economic growth is Rajman Island in Indonesia, particularly for Java and Kalimantan Island. It's expected that IKN will promote more economic growth outside Java Island. Therefore, IKN is expected to solve regional disparity in Indonesia.
Prof, at the end, the time is 3 more minutes. Thanks.
Yes, okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's
Okay.
all about my presentation.
Perfect timing.
And thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Agus Taufik Mulyono. It is very challenging. There are several aspects that we have to discuss almost on a weekly basis on how to resolve all of the challenges to develop the integrated transport, the future mobilities, and the new capital cities. Thanks very much. For those of you who would like to ask, please type into the Q&A tab. So in the end of these sessions, we will be calling up, the name on the questions. The next presenters is Professor Daniel Roos. She will be giving a talk about the risk and social behavior for the decision making for autonomous vehicles. Professor Daniel Roos is very, very busy, and thanks a lot that she was able to provide us some streaming talk. She is currently a U.S. President Council of Advisors for Science and Technologies. She's the director of the Computer Science and transportation concept. Professor Jessica Transek is the associate professor at the Institute for Data System and Society at the MIT. She received the Bachelor of Science at the Material Science at Cornell Universities. And she's also Rhodes Scholars, one of the prestigious status at the when she was taking the PhD from the Material Science at the University of Oxford. I think without further ado, Jessica, time is yours.
Okay, great. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, very good. Perfect.
Okay, good, good. Well, hello everyone, and I hope you're still awake. This is turning into a marathon, so maybe you have a cup of coffee or something to help keep you going. But I do want to talk about what I think is a really important topic, and that is sustainable transportation. This is really critical, not just for addressing climate change, but addressing air pollution, which of course causes so many terrible health impacts. And sustainable transportation also means equitable access to high quality transportation. So that really means all modes. That means pleasant walking, so self-powered movement around. That means using vehicular transport vehicles, whether they're private or they're public. All of this feeds into sustainable transportation. Now, where does electrification fit in? Well, what I see is that electrification is really the foundation upon which we can begin to build a sustainable transportation system. And we've made a lot of progress toward having the technology that we need to be able to provide low-cost electric vehicles, whether they're private or public buses, for example. But there are still some problems that need to be sorted out. And one of those challenges is around asking what is the infrastructure that we need to support electrification. And so that's partly what I'm going to be talking about today. And that requires looking at not just the vehicle technology, but also people's behaviors and their preferences. And this is really important, and I think also an exciting opportunity when thinking about the new capital of Indonesia. Okay, so let me first start with just showing you an image of our team here at MIT, the Transek Lab. And then what's been really exciting is that recently we have begun an alliance and a collaboration with colleagues in Indonesia. And so here I'm showing you this Indonesia MIT team. We've started to look at electrification potential in Indonesia, and I have some very early results that I'll get to toward the end of my presentation. So now let me show you some data. You know, when we talk about electric vehicles as a way toward one sort of tool in the toolkit for achieving sustainable transportation, why do we say that, and where are we today? And what I want to show you is some data. Here I'm showing data for personal vehicles, but we could, and these are four-wheel vehicles, but we could similarly look at motorcycles in this way. We can look at public buses. But the bottom line is that you get significant savings when you transition to an electric powertrain. And you can see this here. I hope you can see my cursor, but here you can see these yellow squares. These are all electric vehicles. And on the y-axis, we have greenhouse gas emissions. And on the x-axis, we have cost. And you can see that when you're shifting from an internal combustion engine vehicle to an electric vehicle, even with today's electricity supply mix in the US, this is based on US data, but the same is true in most places around the world. Even with today's power system, you can achieve a 30% or greater greenhouse gas emissions reduction. So it's a way to immediately reduce that greenhouse gas emissions footprint. And you also offer the potential for reduced other reductions in other air pollutants, especially when we transition the power mix away from using fossil fuels. So we've created this app. It's called carboncounter.com. We've recently developed a version specifically for Luxembourg. We haven't yet developed one for the Indonesian context, but I would be interested in doing that. But the main point is that you can see these emission savings when you transition to an electric vehicle, very significant. Now, electrification, though, achieving that, transitioning to electric vehicles is not just about technology, right? It's also about behaviors and how people are driving. And you may be asking yourself, well, for these squares down here, and I'm going to be focusing on one here, the Nissan Leaf, will this car have the battery capacity that I need to move around in time? And these are important questions to consider when we're looking at the potential for electrification. So basically, we want to look at the entire energy distribution to identify convenient electrification options. And so this is what I'm showing here. And what you can see here is that there's a small number of what I'll call high energy days that we need to be considering in assessing the potential for electrification. And those exist in Indonesia as well. So we need to consider that. And I would say that that's one of the main impediments right now that we see to electrifying transportation. So we really need to find solutions there to these high energy days. And overall, the concept is that, you know, we can't just look at technology. It's great that we have these technologies, but we have to think about people's behaviors, their preferences, and provide access to clean, enjoyable mobility services on all days. So that's really the basis for this outline of a strategic plan that I have here, which is for sustainable and electrified transportation. And again, the idea is that you start with electrification. On top of that, you can layer different incentive schemes. You can layer automation on top of that. But it's really important to start with that clean technology as the foundation. And to do this, the strategic plan has several components here, but we need to consider residents' travel needs and preferences. We need to account for technological capabilities, evolution trends, and also technology limits, because technology is always changing. And then we take this information and we match the plan for rolling out charging infrastructure for electrification. We match that to the behaviors and these technological capabilities. And it's charging infrastructure, but we also need to think about incentives. And then all of this can feed into a larger transition plan toward deep decarbonization and smart, sustainable transportation. So building this overall system. Now, building this system offers a great opportunity, not just to reduce emissions, but also to incentivize innovation. And that's innovation in business models and in software. Because when we look at, you know, how we transition to, you know, this electrified transportation system, it's not just about, you know, again, the hardware technology, but it's about considering people's behaviors, their preferences, and then, you know, from there offering them convenience of choosing an electric vehicle. And to do that, the business models for financing electric vehicles and also the software that allows them to really adopt these vehicles conveniently, know where they're going to be able to charge, and really feel confident that they're going to be able to charge. This is all very important. And this can be done, basically. I feel very optimistic about this, but there are still some challenges to address. So yeah, so let me go through an analysis that we did considering behaviors and the current electric vehicle technology in the US. And so we want to look at how cars are moving around in space and to understand you know, whether the current technology can match people's needs. And I'm going to walk through how we can do that sort of analysis. And for this analysis, and this is showing a map of the United States, we looked at how people were driving on a second-by-second basis across the entire country on all of these roads that we're highlighting here in this slide. in order to understand their travel behaviors, and that high resolution is really important to get accurate estimates of energy consumption, of the energy consumption of travel. And the idea then is to expand this analysis to the Indonesian context, and that's a work in progress. I'll show you some preliminary results in a minute, but first I will show you some of the results that we have from the US. Okay, so one of the reasons we need that very high resolution travel behavior that I showed on the map before is that depending on how you're traveling, you can consume very different amounts of energy. So the same vehicle can have a very different range and a different efficiency depending on how you're traveling. So we need this really high resolution data on travel behaviors. And so when we have that, what we see is that for all these different vehicles, the range is not a single number, or the miles per gallon, the amount of gasoline or petrol that you're consuming per distance traveled varies a lot. So we need to take that into account. And then, you know, taking all of this information into account, what we've done is to develop this trip energy model. So this allows us to probabilistically match different kinds of data sets. And this is what we're starting to do again in the Indonesian context. Again, this is all about figuring out how people are consuming energy in vehicles, and then looking at how current electric vehicle technology and charging infrastructure strategies can be developed to match people's needs. And so the trip energy model combines information in different data sets, in travel surveys, in higher resolution data sets, and it gives us then this very accurate energy distribution, how much energy vehicles are consuming per day as they move around that map that I showed you a minute ago. And for those academics in the audience, you may be interested to dig into some of this, but let me just say that, you know, this model is designed to operate in real time so that it can be incorporated into an app and used on your phone, for example, to predict the energy consumption of a trip. It could allow you to help decide where to charge and so forth. We've done a lot of model validation, and the prediction power is quite high. So with this model, then, we can start to answer questions like this. How many US cars on the road could be replaced by that low-cost electric vehicle that I showed you and still meet daily energy needs and support travel activities? And so you may be thinking about, which number is it here? Now I'm looking at just a daily snapshot. How many vehicles on the road could have their energy needs met with a low-cost electric vehicle? So you can take your guess, but what we find is that 90%, approximately 90% of cars in the US could have their energy needs met with this low-cost electric vehicle without having to recharge. However, it is important to consider not just the 90%, but also to consider this small number of high energy days. Here I'm showing for different US cities. So this is a logarithmic scale. And so you can see that there's this small number of these very high energy days. And really that's the potential impediment to electrification that we need to find ways to address. And so that's a good place to focus and anchor our electrification strategy. These are these high energy days. So we've looked at that, and we've looked at how to address these high energy days. And here I'm showing you some results that are like not even out yet, in fact, but they'll be coming out soon. Basically on strategic packages. So how can you be strategic about meeting needs on these high energy days in order to support vehicle electrification? And here I'm doing the analysis for personal vehicles, but we have done the same analysis for public transit vehicles, and we can look at any vehicle technology in this way, and then say, okay, where, given how people are traveling, where do we want to put charging infrastructure?
And so what we learn when we do that, and again, the reason is that even though we have this 90% of vehicle days that can be electrified without recharging, people tend to make decisions, certainly for purchasing vehicles, whether it's a public transit authority or a personal vehicle, they want to make sure that the vehicle can meet their needs on all days. So we really need to find solutions to these high energy days. And so what we find is that there are these different approaches that you can take. The first thing I want to highlight is that, as we move to the right here, basically this is the vehicle electrification potential. As we get to 1, this means that 100% of these vehicles could be electrified and they would meet driving needs and energy needs on all days. So there's a lot of results here, but what are the main takeaways? The main takeaways are that home charging is essential. This can be off-street or on-street charging. And then work charging is also really important. That's in order to minimize the grid impacts of electric vehicle charging. So that's really essential. And then what we find is that highway fast charging is very important. And the important thing about these results is that they're based on current, and we can look at future travel behaviors, but basically it's not delaying people. So these are results, this vehicle electrification potential, what it's measuring is basically a very convenient travel schedule for people where they can stop and charge when they're anyway stopping. And so they don't have to delay their day. They don't have to, they can feel confident that they'll have charging when they need to have it. And that's really the key to supporting electrification. So you can see that once you put in, let's look at this scenario here where we have home, work, overnight public charging and highway fast charging, you can see that you can get to almost 100%. Now, this charging infrastructure rollout cannot happen overnight. It needs to take, some time, but that's where that transition plan comes in. The other thing is that access to supplementary vehicles can be very important, and this can be long distance shared vehicles or public transport. So these are components of these strategic packages for supporting electrification. So as I mentioned before, we've been looking at translating this work and extending it to the Indonesian context. We've been hard at work on Zoom with our Indonesian collaborators. So here's a screenshot of the team meeting, and we've had some very productive meetings. And in fact, our colleagues in Indonesia have, led by Professor Puji Lestari, have already conducted a preliminary travel survey in Indonesia. So I won't be presenting those results just yet because they're still in development. But what I can tell you is that what we're seeing so far is that there is a high electrification potential, I believe, for four-wheel vehicles and motorcycles. And that, again, these high energy vehicle days are critical. This can be the starting point for informing an infrastructure development plan. And that plan would take into account the distribution of cities, the road network, travel patterns, and so forth. And I think that there may be some unique opportunities in the Indonesian context. Obviously, it depends on which island we're talking about, and we need to look at this further. But there are some really interesting opportunities, again, in that area that I mentioned before of business innovation, software innovation. The thing is that if you can capture those opportunities, these are innovations that can spread to other countries as well. And so I think it's a really great opportunity for economic growth and innovation and sort of sustained economic growth opportunities. I won't talk about this too much, but one thing to keep in mind is that we shouldn't just be thinking about transportation alone. We need to think about transportation in the context of other energy services, because importantly, charging electric vehicles can also act as storage for solar and wind energy. And that's something that we've been, the topic of solar energy is another one that we've been touching on with this Indonesia MIT team. And finally, I wanted to give you a sense of how electrification and understanding the potential for electrification can fit into personalized software tools that can inform people's travel decisions on a daily basis. So here I'm showing some work that we've done in the past where we take information on people's travel behaviors. They put where they're going into their phone, and then they get back different options for travel. And so this could be travel. You can choose an electric bus, for example. This could be walking. If you're taking your personal car, you can set up a reward scheme to reward people for choosing an electric vehicle. So there's all sorts of ways to innovate in this area. And there's a real need for new business models, I would say, everywhere in the world. And this is a really active area of innovation. So in conclusion, what the research shows is that information in detailed and expansive data sets can be combined. So in a lot of this work, we have to combine probabilistically matched data in different data sets to accurately estimate the energy consumption across a population. Predictive models can inform strategic infrastructure expansion and incentives. And I believe that research can provide a really critical input on a transition plan toward deep decarbonization and a smart, sustainable transportation system. And let me just return for a minute to this strategic plan for supporting sustainable and electrified transportation. Again, the bottom line is that we need to consider not just technology, but also travel needs and preferences. And we need to match technologies chosen and charging infrastructure expansion plans to travel behaviors. And this may seem like a big, unwieldy task, but in fact, by focusing in on those high energy days, this is a very effective way to look at where exactly to install charging infrastructure and to begin to develop this transition plan toward deep decarbonization. On top of that, you can layer automation, you can layer different incentive schemes, and there's a lot of potential for innovation, as I mentioned, in business models and software to enable this transition. So when thinking about the new capital, again, what I'm suggesting is one can use electrification as the foundation for a much broader strategy for sustainable transportation. And the key is to find the nudges to move this system forward, to put the incentives in place for innovation. And this is an area where I believe there's a whole lot of potential. And I've just been so pleased to begin to explore these issues in the context of Indonesia with a fantastic team of collaborators. And I look forward to your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Jessica Transik. I think this is very important on how people are transitioning from the regular internal combustion engines with the high energy days into the electric vehicles for the sustainable transport developments. And the planning itself, the modeling essentially is going to be very important for us to develop in the new capital cities. Thank you very much. Last presentations, I think it will be given by Professor Bambang Rianto Trilaksono with the title of the Autonomous Electric Vehicle Roadmap for the New Capital City of Indonesia. This is part of the collaboration between the ITB, NCSTT, and the Ministry of Transportation's the Agency for the R&D Developments. Professor Bambang Rianto is currently the professor at the School of Electrical Engineering and Informatics at the ITB. He received his engineer's degree from Electrical Engineering's ITB, and he also received his master's and PhD from Electrical Engineering at Waseda University. So without further ado, I would like to give the opportunity to Professor Bambang Rianto to present his current work. Professor Bambang Rianto, time is yours.
Thank you, Pak Sigit. Can you hear my voice?
Very good. Very clear, Pak.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everybody. Good morning to my colleagues at MIT. So let me briefly share with you about a roadmap for implementation of autonomous electric vehicle in the new capital city of Indonesia. Much of what I want to share with you in this webinar is actually a part of a recent study conducted by ITB in collaboration with Ministry of Transportation, Research and Development Agency on the study of implementing autonomous electric vehicle for mass transport in the new capital city. So as mentioned earlier several times, the Indonesian government has decided to move the capital city from Jakarta to East Kalimantan. And the government plans to start operating this new capital in 2024. And this new capital city will be incorporating four development concepts, namely local identity, sustainable development, future city or smart city, and city for the world. Referring to the new capital cities design concepts, there are opportunities to apply smart intelligence transportation in the city, in particular electric vehicle that's are already mentioned by the previous speaker, the autonomous vehicle, and autonomous public transport systems. The objective is to have environmentally friendly transportation system and to provide more safety and efficient transportation modes. Autonomous systems can be defined as systems capable of making its own decisions to respond to all cases from the environment without human divine instruction, which is totally differ with the manual system or automatic system. And it must therefore manage the function of comprehension, environment analysis, decision making, responsibilities which so far are largely reserved for human being. The proposed public transport for the new capital city is shown in this figure, particularly an autonomous electric minibus will be planned to be deployed in presidential and ministerial cluster, while autonomous electric bus or rail transit will be implemented along inner axis road. According to Society of Automotive Engineering, autonomy of self-driving vehicle or autonomous vehicles can be divided into 5 levels, ranging from level 0 with no automation, meaning the vehicle is fully controlled by human driver, up to level 5 with full automation. In between, from level 1 with driving assistance up to level 4 with high automation, some driving modes is gradually controlled by automated systems. To be autonomous, a self-driving car must be equipped with a number of sensors, and there are a common sensor for to be used for self-driving car that includes, for example, a camera, a LiDAR, radar, ultrasound, which are installed in some combination of this sensor on the vehicle. Camera on the autonomous vehicle must be able to capture, to detect, and to track a moving object around it. For example, another car uh, around the eco vehicle or the pedestrians. It must also be able to understand the traffic signs along the road, and a LiDAR on the right side of the figure equipped on the self-driving car can be basically used to perform 3 dimension of object recognition, including other cars and pedestrian surrounding it. The world of self-driving car is shown in this figure, which represent core technologies required to perform autonomous systems, which includes, among others, the localization, simultaneous localization and mapping, planning, modeling and simulation, control, collision avoidance, multi-vehicles.
Hello, Pak Bambang. I think we lost the connection. Still mute, Pak Bambang. Mute.
Sorry, we have a bad connection for the moment.
Again, the sharing, Pak Bambang, you have to share again. Yeah,
Oh,
you have to
sorry.
share. Yep.
Well as a vehicle to infrastructure communication, more autonomy and to provide more safety. Plan for basic structural and roadway alteration can promote autonomous electric vehicle growth, as well as improvement specifically geared at encouraging shared mobility. Road infrastructure upgrade is also needed for the deployment of autonomous vehicle. Fleets of autonomous vehicle need a dedicated area for maintenance, for charging, idle time staging, and servicing. We also need a test infrastructure for the autonomous vehicle. So for example, if data is core, making cars learn, as already explained by then attributes like location, precision, road condition, weather condition, anomalies, and more require large amount of data. The ability to collect, analyze, store, process and achieve all of this infrastructure very different from what we have today. We need also a guidance framework for testing and deployment of autonomous which includes, for example, the data recording and sharing, privacy, system safety, interface, crashworthiness, also consumer education and training, post vehicle behavior, autonomous electric vehicle needs to be prepared and assessed, and this includes a standard and regulation, autonomous technology, human-machine interface, infrastructure, and operational design domain. A roadmap for autonomous vehicle implementation for the new plan as follow. I will not going into the details of the roadmap, but basically we will move from autonomy level 3 up to autonomy level 5 in 2025. Of course, strengthening the regulation and plan for autonomous electric vehicle infrastructure are needed. For closing, I would like to share with you our ongoing research on developing slide. You can see ongoing research at which we will be starting designing an autonomy for autonomous train. And in this slide, you can see some of our research on autonomous car, which includes using a camera to detect and track moving object around the vehicle. And on the right side, we are also doing some research on path planning for the autonomous vehicle. And finally, we also have some development on the autonomous golf car. So that's all, Sigit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bang, for sharing the roadmap for implementations and the challenging of technologies for the autonomous vehicles. I'd like to thank all of the presenters. But I think we can spend probably about 5 minutes because time is late for question and answers. I'm going to pick it up from the Q&A chat. The first one here is from the question for Professor Jessica Transic. The questions related to the possibility of the main implications of what transpired today on the COVID-19 situation. So how the sustainable transportation concept will be probably part of the solutions of this the pandemic as part of the solutions. Can you explain? Is there any insight into this, Professor Jesse?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. I think it's so important because in many places, we are, not moving around as much as we normally do. I think this offers a opportunity to think about how we want to rebuild and ramp up transportation again, maybe in a different way. Obviously, you're not starting with a clean slate. We have many people that are still commuting on a daily basis to their essential jobs, and others are working from home. But overall, I see an opportunity to actually invest more in public transit. I think that's really critical to do, even though ridership is down in many places. It's such an important tool in the toolkit we have for achieving sustainable transportation. But I think we also need to be thinking about commuting patterns, how one can ramp up a different way of work. Now, I need to have some conversations with my colleagues in Indonesia to understand, and also we'll probably have to wait and see how travel patterns and commuting may change as economies begin to open more fully again. But I think this time right now, it's a critical transition time to be thinking about how we want our transportation system to look and how we can, maybe do things a little bit better in terms of commuting to work and incorporating new electric technology and charging infrastructure in, the rebuilding plan that many places are developing.
Okay, thank you. There's insight into the pandemic issues on the sustainable transport. I would like to just give one more question here for Professor Bambang Rianto. There's a questions about from Budi Susandi. This is our colleague from KNKT. The questions is related to the machine that control the algorithm, which is playing a very significant role in responding to predetermined rules. In this autonomous vehicle, Bambang, is how the rules are decided. Maybe you can explain, just give insight into these questions.
Well, basically there are two methods to define or to identify the rules that are needed to control the vehicle automatically. One is based on the knowledge extraction from the human driver by using symbolic AI, such as if-then rules. That's so we will have a collection of if-then rules representing the human driver behavior. The second alternative is just using the machine learning algorithms with end-to-end mapping that was previously explained by Professor Daniela Rus from MIT. So we received the information from the camera, the images that are captured by camera, and we look at the decision made by the human driver in regards to braking systems and also the angle of the steering to be able to move safely on the road. So that's I believe two methods that currently available to define the rules of the human driver.
Thank you, Professor Bambang Rianto, and also I would like to apologize to all of the other participants who have posted some questions. I have actually written some answers in the Q&A answers, but I think because the time is limited, I would like to one more time give a big applause to the presenters. Thank you very much, Prof. Jessica Transix, Prof. Agus Taufik Mulyono, Prof. Daniel Rus, and also Prof. Bambang Rianto. With that, I would like to return the time to the moderator, Mbak Lila. Thank you very much for all of you for the staying late up until this time, late night. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Pak Sigit, for being a very nice moderator. Thank you for all the speakers. And everyone, thank you for still staying with us until the end. But lastly, we were going to have a closing statement from our head of the Research and Development Agency, Indonesia Ministry of Transportation, as chairwoman of the Working Group for the Transport System Development at the new capital city of Indonesia. Once again, I would like to invite Ibu Dr. Insinyur Umiyatun Hayati Triastuti, MSc. Silakan Ibu.
Oke, terima kasih. Thank you. Very late night. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. May peace be upon all. Excellencies, distinguished speaker, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Ministry of Transport as the webinar organizers, I'd like to express my gratitude to all of you, the participants from various countries, for your cooperation, which has enabled us to conduct a highly fruitful webinar. This webinar has very successfully achieved its purpose, in which it has enabled experts with different background and expertise to discuss issues related with different related to land use development and its integration with the transportation system at the new capital city in Indonesia, especially for some technology and electric vehicle and autonomous vehicle. The main issues webinar are transportation strategic planning, spatial planning, smart city, and the implementation potential of electric and autonomous vehicle to support the new capital city of Indonesia. All topics of this webinar has been discussed in very deep by our speaker, which gives valuable insight for all of us. And this webinar is also a great opportunity to exchange ideas and coordinate among academia and relevant stakeholders. Finally, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that through this webinar, we can formulate ideas and solutions which can be implemented in the transport and land spatial planning sector at the new capital city of Indonesia. And on behalf of you all, I would like to thank the Ministers of Transportation of Indonesia, all speakers, moderators, and participants. Your participation has been valuable, and we thought NEDAP has helped to make this webinar a great success. We greatly also appreciate the support we have received from Institute Teknologi Bandung to organize this event, and thank you all participants for your cooperation. On behalf of organizers, we apologize for any inconvenience of this webinar. I thank you for all women discussion here, especially Professor Denisras, Ibu siapa tadi, Prof. Jessica, and also Ibu Ellen, Ibu Polana, Ibu siapa tadi?
Bu Eli udah ini Bu.
Eli, yes, a special discussion because we are now maybe a few minutes from now is a Women's Days in Indonesia. So this is very interesting that we can combine it all together and very challenging. And finally, by saying Alhamdulillah, all praise to the God, this webinar is officially closed. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam. Thank you very much.
Thank you everyone. Thanks so much Ibu Umiyatun Hayati. Once again, thank you everyone for joining us. And to our panelists in the USA, have a great day. And to everyone in Indonesia, have a good rest. Stay safe everyone and see you on the next event from the Ministry of Transportation. Goodbye.
Terima kasih Pak.